All right, and welcome back, everyone, to another development stream for Shadow Heroes Vengeance in Flames. Once again, as is normal, we're going to be continuing where we left off yesterday. We were working on making it so you could select multiple units or unit templates at the same time and be able to equip them. We didn't get to the equipping part, but we did make it to the part where you're able to actually select multiple of them at the same time. But we came across a little bug that was happening when we made this update. Whenever you select a unit, like a group of regular units, it's going to be clearing them as soon as one of them dies. Now, we did look into this a little bit more, and it seems like it's happening because as soon as the length of the array changes, it gets stuck in the loop of clearing it and repopulating it over and over and over again, and we're just kind of falling into the frames where we don't actually get to see that happening. So we're probably just removing from the incorrect array. So we're going to update that. That's going to be done inside of the multi-select container right here. All right, so we're looking at the selected units. We remove from index, but this is the part where it should not actually be the selected units, because we're not really passing by reference here. It's just setting a variable. It should be the new selected units or the controller that has them selected. Now this is happening, the multi-container is happening on basically part of the HUD because it's a widget. So we know that this is only ever going to affect controller at index 0. So we're going to be able to get that. So get player controller at 0 because it's only ever going to be the local controller. We're going to get the get new HUD. Get custom HUD. It's a message that is set up specifically for this. And from there, we should be able to actually go with the selected units. Well, not so much selected units, because is it selected? Yeah, it actually would be. It has selected units, or over here we see there's the new selected units, which is being passed forward. Now we don't have an out that's actually going, so everything is actually not passed by reference when you're going inside of blueprints. They're being passed directly. So it creates like a copy that you can work with and manipulate here, but it doesn't change it anywhere else. So that's why we need to go back here and get this. Now, template units cannot actually be destroyed, so well, they can be sold, but it would sell pretty much everything, and it wouldn't matter. So we're just going to select all of these inside of here. We're going to get the what is this going to be? This is the get selected units. And that's going to be what we're going to be passing this forward to. Now this needs to kind of move itself inside of here. Now since this is already cleared, we can move you guys over a little bit. We can fit this in. You're going to move over, you're going to move to here, and that's going to have a remove selected index, followed by the remove child hat. Let's continue across. You're actually going to here. This is all the lower part of this, and you're going to here. We're going to see if that corrects that problem. Because the next time this function is actually called, it should be updating it. And we can just move you over to keep that lined up as well. So let's give it a shot. All right, it's making. It's not a problem. It can see that this has been updated because I'm adding to it. Once again, adding to it. And we're going to spawn these 3 units. Select them. Moves the 1, 2, 3, 4. Odd. Alright, so that's not what I expected. So where is it calling that? Because apparently moving from here, it's just being called each and every time. And doing a multi-select just removed all of them. Not sure why that would happen, but we'll see. We've got our controller. We get its HUD, we get its selected units. I'm trying to remove the object at that index and remove the child. Now, that's after this has been set up. Then passes forward and has that being a different value. Yes. Since you're not on the same team or your health is less than 0 is the only way that this would actually happen. Try again, because I don't see how that could possibly have happened. Yeah, it's removing those 2 from that list. Why would it be removing them from the list? So let's select. So at this point, this is false. Why is this false? Does our not in scope team equal our current team? No. Now that seems just not right. BPX assists C11. False, false, false. Now that's an interesting situation. Why does it think that the teams are wrong? This is what it was doing before. And that would cause the reset when a unit died, but it wouldn't cause it always. Alright, that's different altogether. What would have changed? What would have changed? So we're doing update selection from our where is that happening? It's a small little block of code right here. Grabs the multi-select container and it's being called update multi-select container. Right, where does update multi-select container? That should be called from actions, I believe. Maybe we can just find references. It's usually here, update stats panel. Select the unit's length is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, move over to here. And return true. Is it equal to 1? No. So we call it update stats. And we pass it selected units. Seems pretty straightforward. So when we removed it from there, the value would have been different. We should have access to that variable at that point, though. So I grab a selection. My selected units has 0 and 1. I'm guessing I missed something in there. Yeah, it looks like it. Try that again, make sure I get the right values. I should be getting 3. Yes, I do. Three. All right. Displaying this collection is turning into a problem. So it goes down here. It's been passed. Array of actor references. Each one of those actors is there. We call update selection. Goes inside of here. Get the length. Is it greater than 0? Yes. Is it full of base units? Yes. Set dirty to false. Loop through. Check to see if this is valid. Yes, it is. Cast to a base unit. Gets modified health. Check to see if it is greater than 0. Kind of want these guys to be moved over just a little bit. Get to see its team to see if its team is different than the owning player. Its player state. If they are equal and your health is greater than 0, check to see if the index for this object, if this object itself cannot be found. If it can't be found, set this as dirty because we are adding something to the array. That's just selected units, right? Yeah. So if we remove it from the parent one, it's just going to re-add it in this top one, which is why that exact situation was happening. Does it make sense? We tell it to. Then down here, if you're dirty or your lengths are different, which kind of defeats the purpose of this. All of it, actually, right? Not quite. So this is just updating over and over and over and over and over and over again. So if we mark it as dirty because one of these guys has had its health reduced to below 0, say. Still selected, but it's reduced to below 0. Then selected unit's length is different than the length being passed forward. If that's correct, set selected units to be the length that's passed forward. Clear everything out of the wrap box. And open. All right, so after that, it comes down here and makes sure that selected units at index 0 is valid. Which is valid. If it's valid, cast it to a base unit. If it's not, it goes down here. Templated units are working just fine. The base unit itself is a little bit trickier. So if it's not valid, selected units has that index removed, and we remove child at that spot right there from the wrap box. If it is valid, check to see if its health is less than or equal to 0. And or if it's not on your team anymore because it's been converted by a spirit. It's not on your team anymore. Selected units. Remove that index and remove the child at. Now, if this has just been updated, there's a good chance that this remove child at isn't even going to do anything. If I did this and remove from both, then the local and the remote containers are both going to be updated at the same time. Let's have a quick look at that. Looks like it's doing exactly the same thing. But I feel like I shouldn't have as many multi-solid containers as I do. So the next set is going to be down here. Well, let's do it this way then. The only player controller. We're doing it up here. Do it where we are right there. Okay, what team is this? Because that's failing. That's the base unit's team variable. Because that's 0, and it should be 0. But the base unit is set to be red. Any idea why this might be happening?
I'm sorry, what is happening?
This is returning false. This is returning
false.
0. This is returning not in scope, but all the guys are red. So the way this is going to be false is if they are actually equal, right?
The only way that it returns false is if they're equal.
Yes. Right. So 0 and 0, they're both equal. And down here, health is less than or equal to 0. And overall, we're getting false. There's one of these. Neither of these are returning true.
False.
Right?
That's the only way that you are false.
Exactly. Well, we know, like, they're red, right here as red. So we know they're on the same team. Well, that's how they become red. And the current health here equals 60. Convert to float 60. Is that less than or equal to 0? No, that's false. So why? Is this not supposed to be a not equals? Are these just... This must be flipped, right?
Well, let's think about it. What needs to happen?
Well, this is going to be removing them when the health is less than or equal to 0. So yeah,
Or
this
they're
has
not
to...
on your team.
Yeah, so this has to be flipped. Go like this. That makes sense. I don't know how it got turned around. Because right away as I was doing this and I turned it on, it's just like, oh, okay, broken. It was just constantly running that. So it was always just removing over and over and over and over again. So the unit has died.
Which would have triggered that to true. One
Yeah.
of those things to be true.
Yeah, because his health is -1. So, yeah, you are true. I'm going to remove you from the arrays. Alright, that seems to have fixed it. So all I did to adjust that is because this is being passed forward from the menu, the HUD. I'm removing it from the HUD as well as the internal variable and removing it from the wrap box. Though I'm not convinced the wrap box one is needed. This one definitely is because it's being passed forward from there.
Understood.
Hopefully that solves all the problems. And
Well, that's what testing's for, right?
Yep. Most definitely. More tests are always needed. So, since that is in place now, let's see what selecting multiple templated units does. Double check, make sure these guys actually die and it comes off properly. Yep. Drops down the one guy nicely. You, and you. That's good. I should put a selection indicator on him as well. So you know which one of these guys you have selected. All right. Nothing inside of here. Die. We'll deal with that later. So that's a pretty big bug that we had completely solved. As well. Okay, I'm just kind of going over a little list of bugs that I have right now. We need to put the wave counter back on level 1, and there was an extra AI on cave entrance. Excuse me. So, multiple select units purchasing actions. Now we have a buy action, right? That you just set up for me. Purchase unit item. Have a purchasable item button. Just right here. So we can click on it, we loop through inventory and stuff like that. Let's see if you have enough items equipped. So inside of here is going to be a little bit of an adjustment. Let's start just making sure we got it. All right. We need to be able to get that. So we have a unit inventory widget. This has a templated unit. So the unit inventory widget is what we actually need to manipulate at first. Actually, I should do some sorting mechanics first. So you're in an array. Items don't have IDs, do they?
No.
Okay.
Why?
If they had integer-based IDs, I was going to use the IDs to facilitate sorting.
I mean, they have it as an int on them, but nothing is set.
No, for each like version and subversion. I mean, like active, passive, an active one and a passive one, active two, passive two. Each one would have a different integer value set.
Oh, I understand. No, that has not been set up at all.
Yeah. Okay. Because out of that, I could create a loadout mask by stringing ints together and checking to see if your loadout masks are equal. And if your loadout masks are equal, not by summing them, but by appending them, then you would be able to go next to each other. Hi, how you doing today? Hopefully good. Alright. So we have you selecting. We need our inventory system. No, I want to do the sorting. I want to do the sorting first. I'm pretty good. We got the bug from yesterday kind of sorted out, so we're not losing all of our units. We just had to get rid of it from the reference array. It's actually a little easier to do if we were using C++, because I'd be passing everything by reference instead of creating copies of containers. But, we would just look at the first object in the array anyway. So basically we're trying to come up with a mechanic that's going to be sorting our items. I'm going to open up Photoshop real quick because I like to draw out my plans. Idea of how the containers work. We have structures. We're going to be taking templated actors. Inside of them, each one is going to have a piece of equipment. Oh yeah? Where did you start? It's your first step in learning blueprints. This is on the Udemy course, right? I believe. I just don't know. Again, I don't know where you actually start with it. I imagine it's probably like, oh, you have a full book? I didn't know there was a UE4 book. Okay. Let's do it that way. You can be orange. I'm going to take a couple colors. And then let's go with like this. Maybe there's a purple item. So, just based off of this is my structure. Oh, don't worry. I'll set that up so you can post your link. I should have a log anyway. I forgot he was even in here.
What the hell?
It's my data structure. Let's go inside of here. There we go. That should be better. Now you can post your link. I got it here in the log though, so shouldn't be a problem. What do you mean? What happened?
What happened?
Because
it deleted every single one of his messages.
It times out for no. It deletes. It times him out for 5 seconds. It's okay. I just turned it off. It's fine. It's just a spam filter that's set up on the bot. So if somebody comes in to post links, then it gets rid of it. All right, so this is the one that you're using. UE for Unreal Engine 4 game development in 24 hours. Never heard of this one before. Is it any good? You're liking it? Professor Interactive Game Design. Art and Design. Okay. Product details. File size. 54,548 kilobytes worth of hardcover book. Or, I guess softcover, but...
That's 54 megs.
Well, yes, it is. It's more of it's a physical book. So... Just kind of funny that they would put the file size in there.
I don't know. From what I can see, it looks like it's a PDF that is printable.
Maybe it's a... Here we go. It's because I'm looking at the Kindle version. There's paperback. That shouldn't be listing that stuff. 496 pages. I like... Finally, 5 stars. Good book for beginners. Learn the basics of Unreal and... ... Acceptable approach. It's not exactly in layman's terms. Are you finding it hard to actually go through and understand what they're talking about? Hopefully not. All right, this is just to visualize what is actually going to be going on. Oh, I need the orange. Yeah, two of these are the same. Okay. So, this is the plan. If this is my array at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so at I guess let's create a little grid. Assuming this is my array, we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The red is a templated unit. The orange is its inventory, or its equipment section, and each one of the colored little squares is an item. We need to find a way of taking this and reordering it based off of the internal workings of the equipment and making sure that they're the same. So the end result will be to get this, and we would basically swap. This would be fine, this would be fine, this would be fine. We'd want them to go into the most similar order possible, and so anything that is matching would go up. So these guys would go together. So you would really have 4 moved up to here. Then these guys would move over. If I move the right one. All right. After that, we'd look at here, see that this guy's here. The question is, do we want to go based off of individual items or completely similar items? So this guy's unique. This guy's not unique. So they would swap spots. This guy would move up to here, and everybody else would be pushed over. I think it'd be, yeah. And now this guy would come down here. And that would be our sorted array. Now, based off of this, how exactly do we do it? Well, we need to take this first thing inside the array and check to see if there are any other actors inside of the array that are identical, and if they are, we will want to insert at index and move everybody else down. All right, so this is less of an array. This is if there's 6 items. We're only going to have 5, but whatever. I know we could have more. We could have 6 guys selected. This is more like a list, just an ordered list. And I don't have access to T-lists in Blueprints without defining them in C++. Then again, I don't want to like pop, so whenever I access it. So an array is fine. And that's something I'm not completely sure about. Do we have the functionality for those? Okay, let's look at our templated units. We have tab selecting in groups, so that's something. That's on the multiplayer controller, I think. What is that? So we are here. Let's go to the event graph. Unit selection forward and unit selection backwards. This is tab and shift tab, right? So inside here, forward and backwards. So we just need to make sure that we are grouping these together properly. So when we are creating it, that's being created inside of our selection, done like on the unit selected section. Inside of here where we are setting up our templated unit. So inside of here, after one of these, which one's it going to be? We add the unique value to it. We're going to create a function inside of here. It's going to be sort templated units. So let's just jump back. This goes here. Now we have one central place to handle all of the sorting functionality without adding too much to here. Yeah, I was just asking if you liked it so far. One of the comments is that it's not exactly in layman's terms, so it might be hard to understand if you don't really know much about game design or programming, I'm assuming. How are you liking it? Is it confusing? Ah, okay. Just to learn blueprints and that type of stuff? What do you know about the actual, like, what type of thing are you planning on doing? Just following the book itself? Just to get a grip of the basics? Gotcha. Yeah, learning both is good. The C++ will help a lot with your understanding of the way that the blueprints are going to work. The blueprints are just kind of simplified versions of C++, so that you don't have to understand syntax and the actual code, how it all works. But all of this is convertible over into C++ without much of a problem. So like you'd be able to take this part right here, or any one of these parts, and just kind of function them, like refactor them into C++ and put them wherever you wanted, because each one of these is just a function call. You need to be an array, please. You can do that type of stuff really easy. Like they have a template for it actually. So you can build it up, kind of get started, and explore around. There's also a lot of stuff that UE4 itself has put out, like Epic, just to kind of teach people how Blueprint's working. There are training streams where they go over tutorials and how to do everything. I think that's every Thursday, so I think there's one today. They just broadcast them live on Twitch as well, so you can just show up and have it work. But there are tons of training streams that show you primarily how to do stuff in blueprints, because putting stuff in codes aren't, it's not all that fun and exciting. I don't know when November 10th is, but November 10th, 2015. I'm not sure what day that was, but you see them all the time inside of just over here in the training streams section. So under events on the forums, you can see here, November UE4, Game Jam, Training Stream, Training Jam, Dev Grants, all these type of things are all inside of here. They usually post. Here are all the different training streams that they're going to be. Creating a 2D side scroller on April and all kinds of fun stuff. So if you just go to the actual forums, just announcements, marketplace, events. And events, they post whatever is coming up. And you'll see the newest stuff as well. So they're going to be announcing the next thing here at some point. They're always good. Yeah, it's fun stuff. Somebody sent me a message on the forums, and they're just asking me to make a blueprint for them. I don't know who they are.
What?
Just randomly a blueprint request. So they just switched from Unity to Unreal. I'm struggling with blueprints.
Was this like yesterday? Today? Date. What's the date?
Like a long time ago?
Oh, then how do you care?
Nope, not long. Yesterday. Yesterday at 12:01 p.m. I wasn't sure if it was 11:09 or 9:11, but given the way that the dates are set up, should be. Yeah. Here's the board. I made a 2D array of objects, but I'm struggling what to do next. I was wondering if you'd be interested in creating a blueprint to implement these game rules. That's a little. Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that before. Just randomly, hey, you want to make something for me?
Maybe they were watching the stream and decided to ask you a question about it.
Well, it's not a question. It's just like, you want to make this for me? I guess that's kind of a question.
I was gonna say.
It's a little weird. It's okay. All right, so what am I going to do with this select the templates? First thing I'm going to do is check its length. Make sure its length is greater than 0. Just to validate that there is anything inside of here in the first place. I don't think arrays actually have a is empty or anything. Nope. Okay. Just just make sure the length is greater than that. Now, based off of this, we should be able to do all kinds of stuff. Okay, no problem. If we go with that, we're gonna take our selected template and do a for each. Now we're able to go across each and every one of them. And this is where we're probably going to want something recursive. Probably. Now there's going to be some sorting patterns that we can kind of stick to. Because we're basically looking at sorting in a nested array. So take the first item, compare it to all the other ones. I don't want that to duplicate, so I'm going to need a temporary variable. Holding object. This is going to be a templated unit. And basically we're going to get you, you're going to go there at whatever index we're going to decide. So we're going to be cycling through this. So we're going to start at, we're going to start at the very first index, and we're going to say, okay, we are looping through each and every one of these. Yeah. And each one, we are going to compare it to another one. So get equipment. And go through here. Do for each loop. A loop in a loop. Always good practice, right? So step one, is this not equal to this? Because we don't want these to be the same objects, because we don't want to compare it to itself. So that's just silly. So are these objects different? And if they are different, then check to see if their equipment is different. Or actually, I want to see if they are the same. And I'm not sure if this is going to work because they're not going to be technically the same objects. But they will be equivalent. Yeah, I can't check to see if one array is equal to the other. So we're going to check inside of here. This is going to be a simple Boolean value. Gonna start off here. So if they're not equal objects, we're going to set equipment is equal to true. We're going to loop through all of this and check to see if this guy's equipment here I'm going to loop through it. All the looping. Actually, it doesn't even need to be. Is it? So object and object. This is going equipment holds base item references. Get class and get class. And I want to compare if these are equivalent. If at any point they are not equivalent, I'm going to go over here and say, nope, you guys are not the same. And if you are not the same, after we're done all of that, go. We just want to check to see here if equipment is equal. So we're looping through the first actor in the array's equipment with the second actor in the array's equipment, actually with all of them. So I can see if their equipment is equal, and if it is equal, I should remove it and try and add it again. So we're going to remove it as a holding object. So we're going to set holding object to this, that's equipment, to our second actor. It's going to be U. You're the top one. You're the bottom one. Let's put you here. Right, you can be nice and straight at this point. String connection. All right, so we have our second actor as a holding object. We now are going to grab our array and if we insert at our current index, yeah, the array shifting might be a bit of a problem. We'll see. So we're going to remove that. This is one of those situations where it actually looks cleaner in C++. I'm not in story. Now we have an index, and you're going to go straight across. And I'm going to add. Inside of here at that same index. And that should shift everything right back over. Set, remove, insert. Okay. And it's just going to keep cycling through over and over and over again. So, does this have any negative consequences? What would it be? Let's compile you. I mean, I don't want to. You'll be fine. I promise. Now, yeah, let's look at exactly what's going to be happening there. So in this scenario, it would work just fine. But what about What if we did this? I put these guys all back in their regular spots. Oh, you're fine. What if we did this and you had all three on as well? All right, we start at 0. Can't do you, because you are equal objects. Next one, are you equal objects? No. Are you equal objects? No. Are you equal objects? Yes. So that's going to be the third one. You get stored off to the side. And then removed. Meaning this guy drops down to here. And this guy drops down to here. Right? Then we need to insert at index, which is where I think I messed up a little bit. Yeah, the index is here. Which is our main one. We're actually going to add one to it, because we need to go one past it. You know what? You're just going to be writable. We'll revert you later. I don't care. So now we're going to make that. You can come back up because we're in this part. We can take you and we're going to insert you at our base guy plus 1. Which puts you at 2. Which shifts everybody else over. Right? Which is perfectly fine. It then finds another guy down here, because that's the next thing in the list that it would find. And then go, okay, I found here, then here. Nope, not the same. So my index is still moving on just to the next one in the list. And the next one, yep, I found one. All right, so with this guy, it again goes over here, removed from the list, does nothing. Then inserts at index plus 1. Put you up here, and it'll then begin to start shifting everything over. You. You. And one of these guys. Alright. You. So that's what we end up looking like. Moves on to the next one here. And says, okay, we're going to loop through all of these. And we are going to see if we can find the next one that is identical to it. Now, here's where things get a little bit messed up, because it's going to look at the first one. And it's going to say, yeah, that's the same thing. And it's going to shift it to here, which takes all of these other guys, and then put you actually on auto select and group. Should speed this up a bit. Shifts all you guys over to here. Right? And then inserts you at the second one, +1. Which shifts all of them down. That happens. That moves off to the second one. It says, are these objects identical? I can't remember if they are. Because it was starting here. It got removed, got added. Are they identical? Yes, they are. No, this guy is. So are they identical? No. So it's going to put you to the side, which is going to shift all of these guys over again. It's going to insert you at 2 + 1. Right, 1 + 1. It's going to essentially slide everybody over again. That's actually this guy that's sliding over. Which is fine. And that goes here. It does the exact same thing again. Slide back and back and back. So we could speed this up quite a bit, especially if you have lots of guys, right? Because you're going to go at 2 + 1. Just going to slide everybody right back over. And it's going to go to there. So the way that we can speed this up is we can always ignore the previous ones because they're always going to be sorted correctly. One would assume. So for example, if I took this guy and he was actually like this. Next one is right here. It finds it. And it says, is there another guy here? Yeah, there is. All right, so put him off to the side. Everything collapses. Insert him here, which is going to move this guy over. And that's fine. Now it goes here, sorts through the list. And because your index is now less than the current index that you are on, you need to not worry about it. Or it's going to sort through and move it. So let's put that little check in, since we know it's an optimization that we're going to be able to do. Right here inside of our sorting. Well, that's not our sorting. Our multi-select container. Action. HUD. So if we select a unit, there we go. So before anything else, before we even try to compare, we're going to throw an and. And is going to go inside of this bool. And the thing that we're going to be checking is to make sure that this index is greater than this index, which means these won't even really come into play. I don't care if they're equal, because if they're equal, then you're looking at the same object. Possibly? Yeah, you should, because it's not removing anything before. All right. Now, do I have access to selected template? That's inside of the multi-player controller, right? Yes. Which is on the HUD, which I don't have access to. So, what we're going to do is down here, we're going to go this is completely based off of equipment only, not based off of unit type. Which could be a bit of an issue. Because maybe you don't want all of your exorcists having the same thing. Though, we could just say more along the lines of, don't select your exorcists that way. But I'd like it to be as intuitive as possible. So I think I have to stick it on just this. Okay. I don't think I have a way of properly looking at that, though. Can I get a suggestion, please?
What's up?
I'm looking for a way of inspecting whether or not I'm sorting the selected templated units properly. Because they're on the HUD, you can't output them to the detailer over here. Because you can't. The HUD is a widget and it's not an actor, so you can't select it. You see it in the details panel. So what would be a good way of sorting that? Of inspecting it?
Prints.
Just prints?
Yes.
Arrays of arrays?
That's your only option.
Okay.
Any contents inside of there, you like the only other way.
Yeah, I was just hoping there's another.
Maybe just put it inside of a different object that you can inspect, like the player controller.
Okay. Alright, we will see you later. Have a good lunch. We'll be on for like 3 more hours, so should be fine, unless it's a very long lunch. Okay, so you're saying just prints?
So
Or pass
either
it
you
to
print
somewhere
it,
else?
or you pass it to an object that exists in a scene. But logs are generally your friend, so you can even put it in a visual logger if you want.
Yeah, there's a way to do that, right?
Yeah, I showed it to you.
In the blueprints?
Yeah, I showed it to you.
Yeah, you had to declare your own thing,
You
right?
declare your own category. Like inside of the HUD, just declare a category of HUD. And then inside of the logger, just display the HUD category.
Where do I declare the
And
category?
inside of the moment that you place your blueprint node that puts it to the log, that's where you define the category inside of there.
Oh, okay. Where did I put you? Let's move on to select container. HUD. I had you somewhere. It should be in the controller. Here's the, yeah, okay. No. So inside of here, it's your print. It's not print string, right? That's log.
What you're looking for is log text.
Gotcha.
Inside of there, you provided a text as well as the log category. And that log category is where I said make a new HUD or something, or HUD or whatever. As long as you keep them the same, then you'll be able to keep track of that.
So I'm making it templated units, and then inside of here, I can output basically whatever values that I want, or whatever text that I want, right?
Correct.
Over and over and over again, and be able to see it at different instances.
I
like
mean,
that.
you're in the player controller right now, so you could inspect the player controller if you're outputting values from the player controller.
No, I want to see. I want to see if it actually returns it inside of here, because it's passed. It's an array of references, and then I'm manipulating it. So I need to try and grab that afterwards, because it's just passed forward, because it's part of this. Comes from new HUD, gets the selected templates, adds uniques, and then sorts, and goes inside of here. So that's what I was trying to manipulate. See how it works.
Understood.
There is a method to the madness. So this is just going to be my simple little output. So what it's going to do is it's going to look at all of my selected units. It's going to output their name. Then get their equipment and output their equipment's name. And that should appear in the correct order. So top to bottom, they should all be sorted properly. Yeah, get item name. Actually, get item. Item name is literally just the name of the item. It doesn't include the meta level, right?
Correct.
But the class does.
The class does. There's also a meta level variable.
Yeah, but I'm sorting based off the class. I don't care about the display name. I just want well, the display name of the class is fine. Okay, no? There we go. Because that'll tell me if it's like intensified praise 5 or intensified praise 2. That's more important to me. But if I just output one and then the other, then it's just extra lines. So it's going to do that. It's just all in one line. That should work, hopefully. So let's see if it does. Give you that. Give you You have a sword. You have a sword. You have that. Another sword. Alright. I probably should have had that up. So I was recording those events. I forgot how to visual logger. Armor band. Sword. And nothing. And all I'm really caring about is the templated unit section. Alright. Let's see what happens here. Take off you. Take off you, take off you, turn on you. Not a lot happening here. Holy Blade. Armor Band. Huh. Now that is not what I expected. A lack of output. Let's try again. Not even gonna bother with equipment right away. I guess it didn't actually select it. That's my bad because I was dealing with templated units. Alright, so armor band, armor band, Berserker Herb, and Berserker Herb. You, and you, and you, and you. Every time I added one of those, it should have added it to my visual log. I do see a couple of them down here. stop that. Look here, it's a templated unit. It has nothing in its log. The unit, nothing, nothing, nothing. You have an armor band. You have an armor band. You have a berserker herb and an armor band. Armor band, berserker herb. Armor band, berserker herb. Good. So it is sorting them based off of the individual pieces of equipment that they have on. Let's do one more quick, slightly more intensive test. We'll just turn you on one more time. You're going to get much further. Go faster. I have a bunch of them that are all kind of different. Mixed up a little bit, really. So, I'm going to start out with Armor Band Herb. So the first four kind of flip-flop back and forth. We're going to go with some boots. Herb. Boots. Armor band and herb. All right, so we should be getting lots of these little events down here. A couple of them. There we got a nice little solid point. So let's take a look at exactly what happened. Move over here. Zoom in a bit. Armor band herb. Now we should be getting two. Armor band. Get two armor band herbs and one armor band. Now 2 and 2. Then we get assassin boots at the end. Now we get 3, 2, and 1. Herb, armor band, assassin boots. Herb, armor band, assassin boots. Herb. All right. So they stay sorted the whole time. Good stuff. I like it. That means I can just compare left to right to make sure each one of them is identical, and then if they are identical, then perform the update. And just create a loop that goes across everybody. Hopefully. Did I turn that off? Don't need the visual logger up this whole time. I saw a little text in the corner. All right, so we have that. So purchasing items. And our unit inventory. Okay. It's an inventory widget. This is just whether I should be showing everything. Swap equipped items. Where is templated unit set? Oh, there's all of this. Didn't even see that. Templated unit is not exposed on spawn. Those guys are fine. Filter items. Populate the equipment. It's just get. So it must be when you are showing. There's nothing else here. Okay. Well, it's something. That performs the actual equipping of the unit and does all of your banking for it. Updates the actions for it, which basically refreshes in the bottom right hand corner to show you that there is an item equipped. Which is perfectly fine. I'm guessing it's inside of the multiplayer controller after we've selected a unit. It should display their actions, right? Alex, do you know where the button is? What the button's called that displays the inventory?
What do you mean?
When you go to add an item to somebody's equipment, it displays the inventory. And I can't find where the selected unit, or the templated unit inside of the unit inventory is actually set.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Okay, so when you purchase an item, I'm trying to make it so you can purchase it on all selected units inside of a specific group.
Okay.
All right. So if you have 5 things selected, it tries to purchase it for all 5, if it can, as long as that slot's available. So it goes, here's this templated unit. I need this to end up being changed to an array, but before I do that, I'm going to be, I want to make it so that I want to find out where this is actually being set. So I looked inside of the inventory, and there's only a get. There's no set inside of it here, and it's not exposed on spawn. So it's being set externally. I was just wondering if you knew off the top of your head where it's being set.
It should be set inside of the HUD, because the HUD is the thing that has access to everything.
Yeah, I thought it would have been like on the button where you click. I just want to note the button. It pops up, right?
No, that wouldn't make sense.
Okay, so it just
The thing that
constantly
makes sense
updates?
is once you set your selected unit.
Yeah,
That's when it sets the template.
I did look there as well inside of the HUD. There is, here's when you selected a template, right? Template selected. Index. You have your cell widget. Upgrade widget. Move widget. I was actually looking at the, here. Multiplayer controller.
That's a multi-select container.
Multiplayer controller. Here, where you select the template. And it just goes through here. This is where I did my sorting, and then it just does display actions. So I'm like, okay, if it's not when you actually click on it, then it might be in the display actions, and display actions is where the buttons are. So I figured I'd take a look there. If you say it's on the HUD itself, then that could be a little bit different.
Well,
I can go through this template selected section. It goes through 0, does on unit, kill children. That creates your actions. Yeah, when you create the upgrade widget, and when you create, okay, so it's the upgrade widget or there's the equipment. The upgrade widget has the templated unit, and the item, create equipment, does not. You understand what I'm asking? I feel like this is the right area. All right, I guess I can.
Yeah. The HUD is what sets it inside of here.
On the selected template, am I?
On the display actions template selected.
Sorry, display template selected macro? Down here, this thing?
Yeah.
So it is. Okay. I don't know why. I had it selected. I don't know why I couldn't see it. Literally, it was selected.
Like I knew exactly where to look for this, and I didn't make it. Because that's where it makes sense to have it done.
Okay.
So the player controller is what sets it for the HUD, and then the HUD sets it on its containing widget once display action is being called.
Alright, that's super easy for me to manipulate then. Because if it's only that one spot, then that's it. Okay. Thank you for the assistance.
You're welcome.
We'll get to you. compile that and save it. And from here, oh yeah, we'll get to that. But the part inside of the HUD that needs to be updated is all of these. That should fix you. And yeah. Now in here, when you click an item, go to my unit inventory. And I just need to compare their equipment to index 0. And then do a for loop. Loop through there, do it again. If that templated unit, let's just get 0, get equipment, and after we get the equipment, we're gonna have to loop through each one of these pieces of equipment. And that should be good. Alright, I'm going to forward, it's got some notes on the tutorial from Roger. I'm going to forward them to you and Serge, okay?
Okay.
And I'll be set.
Things break?
Hmm?
Things break?
I don't know. I'm not. There's a lot of text, so
Okay.
I'm
No
not
problem.
reading over it. Not right now. I have things to do. You're working on tutorial, so you can go over it. It was like the full page of email, so I'm just like, okay, we'll read that later when I got a little bit more time on my hands. Well, welcome back. Okay, so now that we have our equipment, we are going to be able to set up some additional logic here. So we need to compare to make sure that every piece of equipment that they're going up against is essentially the same as what we have here. So we need equipment. And we need to make sure this index is greater than 0. So it's just going to skip the first one. Because it's going to fail out. But the next ones, it'll be fine for. Because we're always comparing everything against 0. 0 is going to be the very first one, no matter what. Because I only want this to happen to identical units. One would think. It's out of here. Check to see if this. See if that class, not object, is equivalent to this class. So if they are exactly the same, then they should all be sorted at this point. So there's no seek. Seek and filter is just going to be there. We're going to set our last index. So I need a quick new variable to be an integer. Actually, I'm going to be setting it twice. One of them actually does. It's experimental right now, but it is inside of it when you're doing a proper build. There's, I think it's under project settings, and down in project settings, I think there's an experimental tab somewhere. Where's engine settings? It's engine, isn't it? Editor preferences, experimental here. And then one of these tabs should be nativized blueprints, I think. VR lighting pie, rendering, AI, cooking, audio, blueprints. Thought it was inside of here. I could be wrong. I guess I'm incorrect. Maybe it's just in the editor right now? Maybe it's not set up as experimental. Let me check. Could have swore it was, though. Maybe I'm just crazy.
You're crazy.
Yeah, right? I'm always crazy. Yeah, I could have swore there was a nativized blueprint checkbox somewhere. I just don't know where it went. Could have swore it was under experimental, but I can't find it in there right now. I mean, blueprintable components, breaks, performance analysis, diffigants. Definitely don't see it inside of here. But I did think it was inside of 413. Packaging, there we go. Yes. So it's under packaging inside of your project settings. It wasn't the project settings, I'm not crazy. Nativized blueprint assets. So if you click that, it will try its best to take any structs, enums, or blueprints that you have and convert them to C++ when you package the project itself. So basically it turns into a C++ file instead of it being a U asset. Yeah, so it's right there. That's a thing. And it's in your default game.ini. So you can turn it on in there as well if you want. Oh, I was worried. I thought I'd gone nuts for a moment there. Alright, so yeah, all of this is here right now. So at the very beginning, we start off with set last index to 0. I'll just move you guys around just a little. Sometimes nativizing the blueprints won't work. They're looking at making it a lot more reliable, which is why it's... I thought it was experimental, but apparently it's not. That's why they're still improving it. Last week's live stream, they talked about some of the new features coming up in 4.14 and 4.15. 4.15 is supposed to be a major... Yeah, they're supposed to be doing major improvements to it in order to have it actually work a lot more reliably, and it's probably something that just they've been really pushing to make it actually work a lot more. But it is in the engine right now in 4.13. I guess they're talking about it in 4.14 preview. They're just one of the things that you can't really do right now is you can't selectively choose whether to opt in or opt out for your blueprints. So it's like an all or nothing kind of thing. So if you have the option to actually say this blueprint you're going to nativize and this one you're not, then that's a pretty big deal. Because you can get some blueprints that just will not nativize properly. Because you can get dependencies back and forth. Because if you turn something into C++ and it's going to be using variables from something that is not nativized, then it won't work. It'll not compile properly. Because it just doesn't know what that value is. Because there's kind of a hierarchy. So C++ can know about everything inside of C++. Blueprints can know about everything inside of C++ and blueprints. The downside to it is that they are slower. So if you want everything to run faster, everything needs to be C++. I mean, you kind of want everything to be C++, but if it's going to be dealing with something that can't be turned to C++, like an animation sequence or something like that, then we started this project before UE4 was publicly released. So in like pre 4.0, or I guess it was like 4.8, 4.7. Do you know what the pre-release subversion was when we started for UE4?
4.2.
4.2? Okay. So we started in 4.2, and as you go, they say, here's some of the stuff that you're going to need to do in order to update. They've gotten a lot better at it now. It used to be pretty harsh, where it's like, we refactored everything and gave you no warning. But now you come across things where it's like, this is being deprecated, use this instead. And they usually keep that up for about 2 versions.
Deprecation was a huge fucking thing when they added that.
Yeah. That usually stays up for 2 versions, and then it goes away, then your warning's gone. But you could always... They've gotten really good at making it so that you can go from 4.13 to 4.14 with minimal problems. And if there are problems, that's why they released the preview version. And you can try and upgrade your project automatically and just say, yeah, try and build this as a 4.14 project, create a copy of it. So it copies your entire project, tries to build it as 4.14, and tells you any errors that there might be. Like for us, generally what happens is there's a problem with some of our decals. Not entirely sure why we keep getting problems with decals when we update versions, but it seems like the X and Y coordinates keeps getting flipped, so our rotation just messes up. So we need to go in and re-rotate any decal projections that we have inside of the engine, which are things like explosions and stuff that actually appear on the ground, and casting circles and stuff like that. We just need to make sure that they're facing the right direction, which is pretty minimal in terms of what we need to do to upgrade from one version to another. So yeah, you can definitely start in 4.13 and upgrade it as you go along. Just try not to skip out on more than 2 versions at a time, because then your deprecation errors or warnings will basically not be there and things will just break. And then it'll be like the good old days where everything was horrible.
Good old days.
Yeah. That's where you coded like men. Yeah, you had to make sure everything was right, and if something went horribly wrong, it's on you to fix it. Because it's still on you to fix it, but you had no warning. It was just bad. So if these are not equal, we are going to first set our value for our last index. So we're looping through our templated units and going through its equipment. If they're not, sorry, if they are identical, I need to set a quick bool. quick new variable inside of here. Usually I would make these local variables, but it's inside of an event, so we're not doing that. We might collapse it all, but we'll see. Set valid unit to false. And then I need to set it here. And we're going to do a branch on it. So if our valid unit is, if this is a valid unit, actually that'll never be there, right? That's when we're done looping through everything. This is going to be over here. We're in that loop. If this is a valid unit, then we're going to grab this index and plug it in here. That's interesting. What happened? Oh, wait. Is that during your pause? Why is his brain turned on?
All brains are turned off.
Yeah, why is his brain on?
How is he working?
Hit apostrophe while having him selected. Does he have a brain component?
Where can I tell if he has a brain?
Well, you see lots of data, right?
I do see lots of data.
See how he has like a blueprint and a behavior tree and a montage.
Yep. I don't take those away. I take away the brain.
His behavior is running. So he's running his behavior tree, which means he does have a brain component. There's a blackboard value. That's where all of his information is stored. So as it's updating, it means his brain component wasn't turned off properly. There might have been an invalid check or something on it, or it skipped him, or something happened. But he does have a brain right now.
Because now I can just win by waiting on this tutorial step. He's going to go around and kill everything.
All of it.
And then go to the bridge.
Yeah, that would make it so you win. Good, just outright. So, okay, what is this going to do? This is going to set it up so that if you ever encounter you're going to keep looping through finding valid units, and you're going to eventually find one that's not valid, and every time it completes, it's going to set the last index. If for some reason you find it doesn't complete, it sets valid unit to false, which goes back to complete, which I'm hoping breaks out of this. Might complete this loop, or it could just explode. I don't know. I've never done something like this before. We're going to try it out. Set your last index. Then, after we're done that, we are going to have another complete. Yeah. From here, we're going to do a for loop. First index is 0. Last index is whatever my last index is. And that's going to become this, right? And this is an array element. All of that. Oops. Actually, you're fine there. You can just do that. So we're going to loop through just a regular for loop from 0 to whatever the last index that we just found was. We're then going to grab our unit list, our templated units list, rather. Is that password? Unit inventory widget, templated unit. We can then get, we're going to pass it the index that we are looking for, and then we're going to plug that into here. And this is going to go here. And then my loop body goes into that for loop. And we compile that. That should get rid of that problem. And all of that's going to work the same. So it's going to add as much as we can possibly do. As long as all of these units are the same, then you're good to go. If you select identical units, this should be working perfectly fine. Now, given that this here is set up, I should be able to collapse this to a function, I think. Yeah, and they can get rid of that. Collapse to function. This function's going to be find last index. I'm going to comment inside of here. Since this is setting up the actual function, description finds the last index. It finds the index, rather. Of the unit. Of the last unit that has identical So now if we hover over top of this, we should be able to, like when we in the other area, we should be able to see exactly what that last guy is. So we're going to have this be a temp variable instead, like a local variable. Be able to get rid of that last index. We'll rename you rather. Too many variables. Didn't see it down there. So underscore for a local variable. It's going to be an integer. It's going to be set to 0 off the start simply because I like to make sure that it's there. It is a local variable. I don't need to do that. It'll start at 0. So I'm going to set and then on my complete, I'm going to actually return. So I need to grab you and have an output value of last index. We're looking at releasing it later this month, somewhere around the 22nd, 23rd. It's going to be episodic content. So there'll be the first 3 levels, multiplayer, and couple other like bits of lore and stuff like that. And then as we progress further and further down the different pieces of episodes that we're going to be releasing, there'll be additional features added into the multiplayer and the other kind of overworld section. So for the lore as well. So the first basically is going to be just the very beginning part. Right now, if you purchase the game, it's going to be it and all of the content, so all of the episodes. A little bit later, we'll be switching it over to be proper episodic content. We're just waiting till we can get everything arranged with Steam first. Oh, sorry, integer. Now back into our event graph. Oh, why'd you pop out? No, I'm not using that. Is it? Where? Oh, sometimes it is hard to get proper feedback from them, like tutorials on how to do things or like proper ways of setting stuff up. Basically, because most of it's just done through a message board where the Steam staff kind of just answers questions if they feel like it. Most of the time, kind of feels like that. It's in their best interest to answer the questions, so they try their best. But if there's a lot of questions coming in that day, then you might have to wait a couple days to get a message from Steam. We've never been able to, like, there's not really an easy way to directly contact them. That's all. So other than that, it's pretty easy. They're willing to work with you a lot to kind of make your stuff happen. It can just take a bit of time. All right, so hopefully, oh, sellable item, sellable item. What's up here? Oh, it's going to be the same thing. Yeah, it seems actually pretty good to work with. It's not that big of a deal. Basically want the exact same thing over in my cell. Ding. Oh, my IMAP closed on my email. That's not good. Close and open back up. Local variable. Oh, that's the wrong one. I want to assign you to a get. Whatever, do it that way then. It says change node, did not change node. Alright, so there's that. Okay, so you're fine. And valid unit can be a local variable as well. Forgot about that. So that works better too. Now, inside of here, rather the regular event graph, grab this, clear tooltip. find last index, just like we're doing inside of our purchase. Seems to always pop out. Loop, get, and then plug into equipment. Then after we clear the tooltip, that's my last index. I'll call it get, and get is that's a name slot reference. That's an inventory reference. What is an inventory reference then? An inventory reference is the individual unit? No, that's an inventory up there. Right, because it has a list of all the templated units. So we're doing this for each one of those guys. They all have one of these. They'll have an array of 5 different pieces of equipment. And depending on where you click, it's going to sell one of those pieces of equipment, right? Inside of here, let's grab these guys and these guys. So this is our templated unit, and depending on whichever templated unit we are currently on, we're going to grab its equipment and check to see if it has a child. Self has a child, set array element to no item for children, and hopefully that is going to work. Has child array element target. Well, let's see. It either works or it sells everything. Bring that up, and I'm gonna need 75. I mean, you got a whole lot of nothing happening. Alright, it took my money, but did not equip my units. Well, that's not nice. Do any of you have equipment on? No. 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 Okay. Let's find out why. So if I go purchase item, I'll bring you up on this other window real quick. I'm going to throw up a breakpoint on the find last index by purchase. Now, inside of here, we're going to find out exactly what's happening. Down here on our return node, because all three of these guys should be identical. So it should return 2. Return 0. Alright, so it's only looking at the very first one. So, is this greater than 0? No. Okay, look at my equipment. I'm going to go inside of here. This returns false. So, equipment at 0. So our templated unit at 0, which is fine. He has no equipment on. Proceed class of null of none is equal to not equal to none. None and none. Well, if they're both none. Alright, hold on. Can I make an equivalence check? Instead, and plug it into here. So I just want to make sure they're both. I mean, I can just do a or. And get so either make sure that they're equivalent. I can't have or, because if they are not valid, I don't think I can have it and not. NAND. So false and false. Either they're both invalid or they're both the same. There we go. Then go ahead, otherwise set the false. And that should account for that. Now we have all three of these selected. With this list. Goes inside of our index. Our index is here. We resume. this ends up being true because false and false is true, which means this is also true. Okay, so the equivalency test would have worked as well. Alright. Why are you 0? No, because you're not. I forgot to make you a local variable. Okay, that's why. Underscore valid unit. You become a bool. Default value is on. And we set. To false and break. Actually, I had that set up wrong in the other one too, don't I? The cell. Last index, yeah. So let's do the exact same thing. We don't need this, and just need you set to equal. You're going to plug into false, move down, go over, turn off. You're already set up as that, and valid unit is going to be true by default. So the first time it comes in, it goes in. As long as you're a valid unit, still your index increases. So one more time. You and you jump inside of here. We get to 75. We're going to try it and see what we get as our result. I'm just waiting for the timer to count down. Alright, so inside of here, I'm going to throw set index inside of here just to make sure that that's going to work. Resume. Okay, it's inputting now, so our last index set is 0. 1, and we're returning 2. So with that set, let's untoggle these, resume. Did we purchase? I don't know. Doesn't look like it. It tried. Let's get rid of our breakpoints. So we got a loop and a loop, and then we have an is valid, and then we have a branch. Let's save you. We're going to play again, see if we make it inside of our loops at all. And equipment. I have all 3 selected down there. Purchase, and we are making it inside of a loop. So inside of here, our value is currently true. This is less than 5. That's a thing. Get our bank, check to see if it is here. Base item. Perform the equip on the selected target. Player state. Equip template unit. Template unit is blank. Okay, that's why that's happening. Because we're not getting here. Need to plug in an index from here. Because this is which unit we are selecting, and then it's plugging into here. So that's why we weren't actually equipping our units. I'm just going to take you guys and move you up a little bit. Let me take this. I don't know what that equipment is for. We plug the templated unit inside of there. And this equipment doesn't seem to do anything. Might be a remnant from previous code. If it is, and this works, then we'll get rid of it. Speed that up a little bit, and now we build and we go buy. We go inside of here. Get rid of you, just see if you work first. All right, took away the money for everybody. Everybody seems to have something. Didn't put it up in the top though. All right, so it did work. It just didn't populate it to the top part. So right now, if I select all 3 of you, go inside of here, I'm not seeing it up here. That's the only difference. But it did purchase it for everyone. So if I click here, everybody should be getting it down there. And if I go here and here, see if our filters are working. So 50, so now it's you and you, but not you. So I've got all 3 of them selected. And it's looking at the very first one, there's only this one with 2. Give it a sword. So these 2 should not have a sword. Alright, now I'm only looking at the sword guy again. A mask. This guy should not have a mask or a sword. Alright, what I wanted to do. No, I'm going to do this shit. It's a little bit weird, shouldn't be getting that. Oh, because I had 2 of them selected, so I didn't have 100. So if I select both of you and you, and I say, yeah, put on a mask, and I have 2 that are identical, and if I have another 100, I can put on another mask on both of them. Alright, that kind of works. Hopefully it's actually putting them on the units themselves. I can see them here. Yep, alright, looks like it actually equips them here, which is pretty good. Distorted. Let's see what we can do about that. But so far, so good. It's definitely going to help equipping a whole army all at the same time. It's going to be a lot easier there. It's not 100% intuitive. There's some kind of rules to it, I would say. But it's something. We don't have tabbing through the groups yet. That'll make it a lot easier, because you're going to see stuff move up to the top, and units with those items are what's going to be affected, not everybody. And then I need an indicator of it down at the bottom as well, which units you are selecting. And they will kind of group together. All right. That's pretty good. Now, why, when I purchased the item, did it not go in here? Oh, that's the other thing I needed to test was the cell, but when we get it completely working up here. Actually, I'm going to take a quick washroom break, and then I'll be right back, and we'll continue working on this. See you guys in a second. All right, we're back. Okay, so we need to work on getting that item to appear at the top of this list. So this is the inventory. Where's the purchasable? Thought I had it open. I do. Right here. After you selected it, get custom hut, unit inventory, spawn equipped item, get bank, do banking, get income. Display action. So this is the part up here, I believe. Actually, I don't even know where that is for the top parts. Let's look at the inventory. We have these slots up here. Here's the first slot. You're not bound or anything, are you? No? Okay. You just got slot 1. No. Don't close the engine. So slot 1. Populate equipment. Create purchasable item widget. Set padding active. That's great. Where does it create these sellable items? Sellable items are what I'm interested in right now. Because you would think after you purchase an item, and it gets added to the top of the list, it would create a sellable item. On hover and on unhover, then construct base item. All right, sellable item. I'm sorry for asking, but do you know where sellable items are created?
Sellable items should be created inside of the unit inventory widget.
Yeah. I just don't see where. Should be showing filter items at passive active and spawn
On construct.
Spawn equipped items.
No, that should only be for the top.
Yeah, that's what I want. The thing at the top is what I'm looking at. That's what you click to sell,
Oh.
right? No, you are. What is spawned equipped items ever called? Find references. It's under populate equipment. Spawn equipped items. That's spawn equipped items. It clears equipped items. Goes through each slot. That's fine. Get your templated unit. Array. Get array index 0. Get the equipment. Loop through each piece of equipment. Create a sellable item widget. From that sellable item widget, we are going to pass an inventory reference, pass it a base item, which comes directly from that unit's equipment array. add a child that is a sellable item widget to each one of these. So all I can assume is this is not valid. Why would this doesn't plug into anything? I have to just make sure that my selected unit is valid, I'm assuming. That would make sense. I'm not, for some reason, trying to make it on nothing. I don't, alright, I can't use sets in here. Let's get rid of all these. A couple more. Come on, you can do it. And here, come on. Now let's see how this works. If I select all of them, so there a test before. I'd make 150. They all get this. All right, they all should have that now, which they do. And you. So there's all 6. Go inside of here. Give them all this. Grab 3 of them on the far right. Give them all another one of these. Select everybody inside of this list, and we're gonna sell that. And that should only sell it on the first 3. And it didn't sell it on anyone but the first. Okay. So we're not iterating across all of it. Right? They got a lot of stuff inside of there, and they keep adding more and more when they add more features. When you start doing some of the stuff like the hair shaders and the skin shaders, you get some really cool stuff. You're not gonna use everything. Don't try and use everything. Your entire game will just get bogged down. That is probably the best piece of advice I can give you. Even though there's lots of stuff that can be used for pretty much for like really high-end AAA games, AAA games don't always need every one of those features. So they're going to pick and choose. You should as well. Like if you're going to be creating a game, even if it's AAA, like a excuse me, like a Drake's type game, Uncharted, that's going to use stuff like your skin shaders and your hair shaders. But if you're going to be creating something more like Sonic, then you're not going to be creating like lots of high-res skin shaders on those characters. It's just not needed. So don't do it. If you're going to do something like XCOM, you're not going to need skin shaders. Not on your like small models. Actually, Unreal lets you use anything that is not a skeletal mesh. I believe. I don't think they've updated their terms to change that. But if it's not a skeletal mesh, you're pretty much free to use it. Which means no characters. But anything else is fine. It means particle effects and sprites and all that type of stuff you should be alright with. You're also not allowed to distribute the engine as an editor for a level editor. You're not allowed to do that. Any engine code stays engine code, but you can use assets. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, UE4 also has a bunch of other stuff, just like if you open up the editor. Yeah, if you open up the editor as well in the library, they have a whole bunch of free assets that you can get as well. The Infinity Blade stuff, there's like tons of assets there that you can use. They're actually characters and environments and equipment items, all that type of stuff. I grab all kinds of stuff out of the environments and uh, just marketplace that's available for Unreal. I've got some audio packs. I've got some, or I think I got one audio pack. Uh, I've got a bunch of environmental stuff. I got a lot of tools, but most of it's content, like 3D models, animations, that type of stuff. And there we go. Inside of here, if we go over to Marketplace, it'll eventually load up. We'll get there. All kinds of stuff that's available. We can jump into just categories. And inside of here, there's all kinds of stuff. Like one of the ones is... Actually, we don't even need to go through a lot of it. You can just scroll down and see all the things that are new and on sale, and it'll scroll down a long way. Eventually, you'll get to a bunch of Infinity Blade stuff. We can just do a search for Infinity, and you'll see there is here. It's owned, but no, not now. The Infinity Blade warriors, weapons, Icelands, special effects, and adversaries, as well as the grasslands and the firelands. They are all completely free. You can go and download them right now. And they have a whole bunch of stuff that's built inside of them, characters. Most of them are low poly. They're meant for, they're actually meant for like mobile stuff. And they give you the terms of here's what is actually what you can use them for. Like, why is this free? But these are the type of content that you actually get in each one of these packs. There's a whole bunch of characters and stuff. Hey, which is great. And they have all kinds of different stuff. Cartoon shaders, particle effects. Some of the stuff is priced really, really well because just like building it yourself is not worth it. It's just like I will take it from somebody else because they spent the time and effort and they're selling it to multiple people, and it will save me a lot of time to make it myself. Even just like UMG menus and stuff like that, sometimes like it's gonna cost $12 or $20 or something. It's gonna save you a good 10 hours. Then I consider that worth it. All right, why is this selling? Not actually. Here. What's weird? Why it's free? So we have our last index. We loop through each one of these things in our last index. All right. Get bank, do banking, multiplayer controller. Update HUD, get custom HUD display action. Where does this remove the item from the unit? Here. Oh, yeah. it was kind of a big deal. They announced it at GDC, and they were really trying to push people to get into the engine at the time. So it's like, here's a bunch of free assets and stuff as well. Like, there are big articles on it. Infinity Blade assets. Yeah, there's, if you just Google it, like Infinity Blade assets, like it's all inside of here. Free Infinity Blade collection now available on Unreal Engine, and why they are doing it is all posted inside of here. All the different assets that are available and why. They use the collections other than legends, kind of not permitted. So it has to be an Unreal-based game, and what the terms are. In layman's terms, in other words, using marketplace content makes a product a product. The asset can only be used in Unreal Engine 4 with no exception. That's all. Other than that, you're free to use it. And Chair Entertainment, creative director, join today's live stream to discuss Infinity Blade. So there are 7,600 assets shipping with all the different packs. This is all the different things that you'd be able to get. So thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of assets. Just for free, because they wanted to kind of share with the community and say, make some awesome stuff. And it helped promote sale of the engine. Because the more people that are making awesome stuff, the more people that buy games made with Unreal, the more money that Epic makes. That bothers me that that's not straight. Go through here. So do this. I guess this guy's in the wrong spot. We are going to have... Does this have any children inside of it in the slot? If it does... Get their equipment. So it's only having on the first one because it doesn't have it anymore. Right, is what the problem is. And our max update HUD, get income, banking, set bank, clear children. Clear children's happening right after it. So really I want this to happen, this to happen, this to happen. And in between these two things, this is actually going to plug into here. Think so. Yeah. We're gonna get something more like that. Let's move you guys back and all of these back. So the reason why we're doing this is because basically what was happening, we're breaking out of our loop when we didn't expect to. Or rather, we weren't breaking out of it, but it was always happening. So we're looping across all of our units. And we then look at the slots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on our HUD, which is up at the very top. They're part of our inventory reference. And we loop through them, and we ever check to see if it has a child. And if it has a child, then it would try and clear the children and remove the element from the individual unit. But if it didn't have a child there, it didn't try to do that. So it stopped you from trying to click on an empty slot, essentially. So what we do instead is we then clear the child, getting rid of it, and then we loop across all of the characters that are inside of this section, the last index, and we tell all of them over and over and over and over again to remove, subtract, do your banking after you sell your item, and we've bypassed this break here. So this is going to happen on the unit that you've actually selected. And it kind of gets us around that whole issue. Or at least that's the theory. Never works until you test it, though. After you've tested it and it works, then you can say that's the real way it works. Right now, I'm just making it up as I go, because that's the way that I read the code, and that's the way I understand it, so hopefully that's the way that it's actually working. But now we should be able to sell on multiple units at the same time. So let's build you and you and you. I know the other stuff is working, so I'm going to get a little bit inside of here. Buy 2. Faster. That'll be on 2 guys. So select both of them, go back inside of here, and sell. I only got 1 back again. Oh no, I got both. No, just the 1. Boo. I'm supposed to have 2. Alright. Wait, did I? No. I have all... I have 2 of them. I forgot I had multiple selected. So you're going to need 1 extra one just to make this even. So if I go inside of here and I go to sell, we're going to have to inspect this code as we go then. So if I try to sell this, should be getting 75 back, which when we get up to about 100, very obviously we only sold 1. So you're fine, you're fine, you're not. So it didn't iterate across everybody. So that's not the way the code's working. Let's find out why. So this is only happening once. So it seems. We're just basically clearing the element at that array spot. Let's not place you. Alright, so we go inside of here. We have our max index should be... Oh, you're 0. Why is your max index 0? I thought I changed that inside of here. There's a problem with this. That's what our issue is. Oh, it's not plugged in. That's why. That would be our issue here. So it was always plugged in and always false. That's why we inspect our code. So we buy 2. Check to see what our max is. Now it's 0 and 1. So it goes through, does it. Should be doing it again. And now we should have both of them back. And we're selling on both now. Here, if I try and go now, I should buy 2. Not enough leadership for the 3rd one. So it's on you, not on you, but on you. This guy, we're gonna buy that. And let's sell here. Here's going to be the question if it's going to actually get rid of that, but it shouldn't because it should only be selling the selected units. So here, this should again be 1, as it is. The first 2, because we did our sorting beforehand, are going to be exactly the same. So that means our Berserker curve should still be there, which is good. So now we have the ability to buy and sell items en masse, which is a little bit easier because before you'd have to go in and go on all of these. You just buy multiple all at once, which, as you can imagine, can get pretty intense. If we speed this up real quick. We got lots of these guys, right? All of these guys are going to end up having items on them, but right now we're just doing it like this to get the income because it's technically more efficient. So now if I go through and say I want you, all of these guys, I want all of them to wear pieces of equipment. Right? They're all there. And I just say, hey, all of you guys, I want all of you to have these masks. And it's going to take money off for each mask. Now everybody's wearing 3 masks, and every one of those masks is going to give you +1 base damage, +1 max damage, and +1 max health, which is good. 100, 200, 300, 4, 5, 6, 7, 850 is where I need in order to get for everybody. But as soon as they're not all identical, it kind of stops. Because there's no indicator of who you are actually equipping. So that's where down here is going to kind of come in. If you're in a group. It's definitely going to make things work a little bit better for us. Right now, all these guys, as they go out, I would have had to equip each one individually. But now all of these guys are going to have 4 masks on. Each one giving them their bonuses. Instead of doing 5 to 7 or 5 to 8 or whatever it is. Yeah, 5 to 7 by default. Now they're doing like 9 to 11, which is a lot better. Because the martyr makes them hit a lot harder. It's a multiplier, so the higher their damages is, the better. Alright, so we got that, and we go again, and everybody's got more. All your equipment is set up around the corners. This is where the game gets a little harder. Kind of surprised I made it that far without any martyrs. Alright, get a couple of them out, and then we should be able to start cleaning up here. These guys don't do a lot of damage, but they do have a little bit of... What is that though? The units in Chapter 3 don't have equipment on? It's weird, right?
It should.
They should. I wonder if they started with it and I accidentally removed it.
Well, that would suck.
No, I mean like when I click the buttons to sell. equipment. Because I got like... Yeah, it doesn't. If I select them, it is just down inside of here, right? None.
Not there.
Not this one? Inventory overrides are all none. Why?
Those shouldn't be none.
I mean, I'm not doing anything to Chapter 3. I don't even have it checked out. Do I? No, Chapter 3 I don't have checked out to save or anything. So I don't know why. That's why I was kind of going, huh. I'm kind of surprised I'm making it this far. Without much problem. But we got kind of mass buying. It's a little finagly, I guess. But it's there. It's working. We don't have the upgrade working the same way yet. That should be probably the next thing that we work on, since buying and selling is now in. Upgrading would be the next logical step. Because it's going to fall under pretty much the same categories. And that's going to be the upgrade action. There's our upgrade widget. Has an activate over here. Now, is this affecting a single person? Yeah, a single templated unit getting its equipment. Right, this doesn't have reference to anything else. It's just what unit it is on. So it gets a custom HUD, gets the actions. This is the construct yet. So we're going to need our controller, owning controller, get custom HUD, get selected, get 0. And again with our find. Right, so let's do that one more time on our upgrade, new function. Integer. You're going to need 2 local variables, which we'll set up afterwards. This is going to go in here. This is going to go down here. I don't have an inventory reference on this. So instead, I'm going to bind it inside. So I'm going to promote you to a local variable.
All my units in Chapter 3 seem to have inventory overrides.
I don't know what to tell you. I'll just revert mine. It's not going to be a problem then. I don't know, I want to replace. Fine. So there's inventory reference. You are going to be set. And you're going to take in a reference. Inventory reference here. All right, so now that's set up, and we have an actual reference to the inventory that we are passing around. And we only need it for the one spot, don't we? I guess we don't need this local variable then. We're only using it there. I'm going to need a valid unit variable that defaults to on. And we need a last index. This is going to be an integer. You replace with last index, and you replace with last index. So compile that, and that should work for here. That's our upgrade button, which is good. Now, our cell is done. Our other ones are done. That's just the upgrades function. What we do need is to have this is our activate. So if it's not locked, we are going to find last index. We need to pass it in inventory to find last index on. So we have our owning player here. We're going to get our custom HUD, which is a message through an interface, so it doesn't matter about casting. Will fail graciously. You're going to go over there, and we're going to take our get unit inventory, and it's an inventory reference, which is good. It's exactly what I want. And we'll stick that right up in there. You're a little behind the ball there. All right, so now that we have our last index, it's here, and we're going to go across each and every one of these and output its information. That's the player state. I'm going to pass the templated unit down here. So, nope, that's fixed for 0. I want a for loop. So I'm going to start there, go across here. Each one of these will be set up, so it's going to happen multiple times. We're then going to get our owning player controller, cast to, oh no, it's on the HUD. Get selected templates, and then get, and pass that to here. And from here, it's going to plug into our templated unit. Down the line. And that should make it so we can upgrade on everything. So that goes straight across. Slide these in just a little bit. Hopefully that's it. I really think that might be. Because if we run out of money, it kind of exits up here. I'm not sure I have a proper way of testing it right now without doing a... like a build. Do I have all my items in standalone or no? No? Okay. I don't know if it does.
When you launch a standalone, do you see the Steam window that pops up?
I don't usually launch standalone. That's the problem.
I can't answer that question.
Well, I wasn't sure if like you launch standalone all the time, so. So when you do launch it, do you get a Steam account thing?
I'll launch it and find out.
Well, I mean, just if you know. And I can't do sets. Alright, so I'm definitely going to need that. What happened here? We have... collision enabled is incompatible. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. That's simulating physics. Not sure what those are. I just don't want to have to do a full build. If I just launched the game, I was hoping I'd be able to get my Steam stuff. That should be it. How's your content going? Good?
Not bad.
All right. Let's see. Soon, soon. Takes a little bit for these just to start up. And I don't see a little overlay. Shift tab's the overlay, but nothing yet. Maybe it'll show up right after this. During the loading screen, maybe? Possibly, please. If not, at least I'll be able to play a round or two and then like just speed through it. Upgrade an item.
We can also just set.
Oh yeah, I'm in standalone now, so now I can. What would it be? It'd be upgrade _C locked false.
What? Give yourself components and unlock it.
Oh, I was just saying it here. After I built the things? It won't work because of display actions. Right, okay. Let's go back to the main menu. Zero currently. Commanders. Alright, we got an extra commander on our team. We should win no problem. That's the other bug that I need to really deal with. Some extra paladins in here. The more spread out I can make them, the better, because they'll have their shots all over the place. One, two, three. That's where having them unlocked would be good. Let's give him damage multiplier.
Why aren't you giving yourself components and unlocking all your items?
I can't unlock the components. Isn't gonna work here
In the main menu.
in the main menu. Well, I could. I can just win as well. I'll get all the components.
You don't get all the components.
I'll need to upgrade one item.
Yeah, that was faster than this.
Well, I expected to win when there was two of us versus one of him. Because I have an extra AI for no reason. That's a good point. I can do that. Why'd you go there? That's supposed to happen. There you go. And just a little bit more, I get another one. load. More. Now the AI can also input much higher. I'm on insane difficulty, so yeah, I can put much higher tiered items on. Even if we lose, though. That's true. That guy's just going and going and going. Alright, so I get 250. Let's go and run the test. Yeah, sure. Oh, right here. And that was enough. Apparently.
Well, you only said you only needed one.
Yep, that's enough. Let's... This is a real-time battle manager. So you are controlling the army in a small kind of outskirts of the region that you are in, and you are trying to take care of a rebellion that is magic users versus your nation, which is more of a military type organization. Inside the game, you control mostly the strategy of the battle, not so much individual units, so you focus a lot more on the macro and basically what's happening. A real commander wouldn't be down on the battlefield saying, no, you move over there. So instead, we're making it much more like that. It all kind of takes place in the fantasy world of Hendrika, where magic is kind of torn the nation apart. So there's different kind of strifes that kind of happen in ways that people like or dislike magic, based off of each individual nation. Are you two? All right, the upgrade worked for everybody. All right, so that worked. You can upgrade all of them now. So that is actually that system mostly set up. All I need is the tabbing to sort it out. It should went to SB. You're not in SP?
On my phone.
Oh, okay. Hold on. All right. So, let's see. That's in place. Let's grab the... See what we can do about this tab selecting, because I know you can tab select cycle between units right now. So we can close most of this actually, because most of that's all done. Templated unit, multi-select action. That's the controller itself. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. I'm gonna keep the purchases item up in case I need that cycle through and filter. But this is where it does the selecting. And from here, somewhere inside of here anyway, it should be an event to shift left and right. Somewhere. Oh, you know where it might be? It might actually be in that container. Multi-select container right here. And where would you be? That's to update the selection itself.
To make it keep going constantly.
Okay, so you haven't done the code. Would it be enough? You got just the fixes.
I think it's a
I got all the way
cycle.
to the-
Let's see exactly what that
I have
actual
an implementation for
What about these?
input is called.
already in. Because these have always been in. This is for
Input,
the factory, and this is for the
quick, in-game menu, select. Unit selection forward and unit selection backwards is where it actually is. Let's see if we can find that. So we have cycle unit selection, input caption unit selection forward, cycle unit selection on the new HUD. Inside of here. Okay. This does a thing. So we have selected units. Loop through them. Get class, unit type, add unique. So this is unit selection of selected units, not necessarily templates. Okay. It's going to bring in a whole nother question of when display actions need to be called, when the inventory part needs to be updated as well. But all of that's in and working right now. Now, before we go further, let's make sure that we submit this properly. Alright, so upgrade move doesn't need to be submitted. I don't think. Hopefully it didn't. Maybe it did. Hold on. It might have actually had reference to the templated unit. Nope. Did not. It had selected template get 0. Okay. So yeah, it did actually. It needed that. No, I need you back up again. You'll update with move inside. Alright, so upgrade, move, equipment, multi-select action, container, sellable, purchasable, inventory, HUD. Don't need the data table. In-game 0101. gonna hold off on that for now. No need for onslaught player controller. Shadow multiplayer controllers enough. Templated unit and placeable spawn area. Unless onslaught player controller also had it. But we can get you in a minute. Added in shift plus click to select multiple player or no, multiple templated units. What? No, don't open the file. We also added in templated units now sort based on the items equipped. If you have multiple selections of them anyway, you can buy you can buy items, multiple units selected. If the units have the same loadouts, you will buy the item for both. You can sell items units and you can upgrade if they have the same loadouts. All right, that's that. In game. All right, so let's check onslaught player controller real quick.
I was thinking about just saying that they will be coming in.
Let's see what the diff against the depot is. What changed?
I asked them.
Templated unit selected. All of that got added. Okay.
That's what it means. I asked for clarification on what you mean by that. So I asked him to explain to YouTube. Because his problem with number 2 is that.
All right. Well, I might as well submit it.
He did this, that.
What about game 0101? What changed on there? Control diff against depot. These are ones I just don't know if I. Oh, right. Widget can't tell. Yes. Okay. That's what that is. So yes. You also need to be submitted. Which campaign data table? So everything except for the campaign data table now. Because that was just for me putting in additional pictures. multi-template selections. And now that's there. And now here's where we had the cycle, right? The sort template of units is here. This is kind of where we did that, and this is where we're just outputting our visual log information, which is not connected anymore. It doesn't need to be there. I don't think so. Alex, do you know if log text outputs to the regular log?
If log text outputs, no, it does not. It only outputs to the visual log. That's
Okay, so I'm okay to leave this inside of here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just wasn't sure if I should be removing it or not, because I don't
As
want
far as I
to.
know, log text only outputs to the visual log because that's what it's there for.
Yeah, I just didn't want to like spam up the regular log. Compile, please. And we'll just get you in there real quick. Cleaned up graph. All right. So now, this was the cycle. And if we are inside of here, let's cycle it. Cycle, cycle, cycle. Oh, that's not. It's on the HUD, right? Cycle unit selection. So I need to sort the units as well, the same way that I'm sorting the templates, and based off of that. You know what? Let's make the indicator better down at the bottom. All right, so let's look at my multi-unit select. Container, unit action. Yeah, you. You do have a box size unit image. So we have a size box. It's 49 by 49. Can I have a border on it? Or background color? Let's hit test invisible. Wrap with border. Do you have a margin? Oh yeah, because you're separating, right? So here's the border. Your padding is 2. If I make you 0, and then here. So that's 49. I'm gonna make you 47. I'm gonna make you 1. Nope, did that wrong. What were you? Yeah, you were 5. So you can be 5 still. So we'll make you 4. You can be 1. And your background color and opacity can be Okay. Brush. You are going to be set to yellow. Or green. Yellow, yellow. It should stand out nice and bright. It's going to be draws. No draws image. Okay. No, what's wrong with Onslaught player controller? Has unresolved compiling errors. Are you sure you want to play an editor? Onslaught player controller. Well, it doesn't seem to think it has any. Right. Yes, I am. We're going to do that, but we're going to make that a little larger. I'm okay with that. And that should size all of that up just a little bit. It's going to be inside the multi-unit multi-slot container here. So, now that I have that set up and I am sorting through all of the units that are selected, I need to actually populate whether or not they are in the selected group. To do this, I need to compare it against the menu's templates, or the menu's, actually just whatever's passed to it, because the new unit selection is set up here. That never really updates. It's just selected units. Okay, so if I grab selected units, loop through here, let's get 0 cast to base unit. On a fail. Sure. So this is going to handle base units, handle base unit array. This is basically we are using dynamic casting in order to handle a templated base function. Can't really do templated functions, but this is a way of kind of faking it. So the templated units array is going to be the easy one to do because we have lots of them. It's already sorted. So let's focus on that first. Inside of here, if we grab our base unit and get our inventory. Our inventory doesn't have a find last index, does it? Or does it? I think all the individual places did. Filter items in container, swap equipped items, populate. No. If it is equivalent to
Get to talk to her. Just buying a couple words here and there. 'Cause he was
equipment.
Were they busy?
Yeah, it wasn't too busy yesterday. Did you read the reply I sent you?
So we'll do it on this one.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, I forgot to cast it. Equipment. So after we get the equipment itself, we will loop through that. And see if it is equal to this. So if the equipment on the base index 01 is equivalent to this. This has been essentially our find item thing again. And if they are equivalent, do nothing. But if they are not, just a little opposite. So finding ones that are not there. Which means this is going to need to break. Yeah, we're still going to be looping across all of the selected units. It's just here. Which we would break instead. So if they're not, we're going to go over here and break. Exit the loop. But actually, before I do that, I need to actually make it do something. It's got to do something. That's the panel slot reference. Yeah, so just right here. So we grab that first selected unit because that's our lead unit and we're going to be comparing it against all the other units. So we grab that base unit, we go over here for each loop, cast the base unit. If it fails, it can't be a base unit, then we know it's going to be a templated unit, so we try casting it to a templated unit. Just to double check, in case down the line we have some other thing that we're going to be casting to. Don't know what it would be, but just in case, we gotta be sure. So we cast to there. This guy's just doing his own thing for now. We loop through every one of the selected units, and we check to see if the selected unit's equipment is equal to this unit's equipment. And if it is, we're not really going to do anything. But if it is not, we're going to turn off the selection indicator. Yeah, you too. Have a great night. Always good to have people around chatting with us. And good luck in your studies as well. So I need to take this widget here, and we're going to get the get selection border. So color and opacity. Sorry. Actually, I might be able to just draw as. That's not how you spell brush. Set brush, make slate, get brush color. Set brush color to just be fully transparent. And we are going to align this, straighten it. Should be good there. That goes up and around, and then you cycle back, break, so it doesn't try and do it for the other one, just in case we have an item later on down the line that's equal. And that should be it for the templated units, I think. Yeah, that just made the whole thing transparent. Okay. Not quite what we were looking for. So we take this selection border. And that was just tint, right? Yeah. Take the brush color itself and bring it all the way down. Actually, that should still be visible on everything. Oh, I didn't plug in the ad, did I? That's a bit awkward. You and you and you and you. Everybody there can be straightened. There we go, that'll be a little bit better. Save. And now we should be able to see our guys. So everything starts selected. So you, now if I select you and not you. Oh. I kind of expected the first one to be there, but I guess it is. First one should be still highlighted, I would think. gets the selected units, gets their equipment, and checks it, right? Huh. Let's see. We got the equipment being equal. For some reason, it's not there. So on our first selected unit, we get its equipment and check it against the first selected unit. And we check each piece of equipment and goes across. And for any reason, if they are not equivalent, then continue. And basically break out. Not quite the case here, though. It's only because they were both different. So what happens on iteration 2? I select it, and the first guy is not equivalent to the second guy. Because they're the same. Next one. Oh, we don't need to check you against every other unit, do we? We just need to check each one against one. And nothing else. Oh yeah, check if each piece of equipment is there. So it's not going to be on... It's going to be on complete? It's not. We have current actor. Current actor is a base unit. So let's get current actor. And get... Oh wait, you're just an actor. Yeah, because we're not iterating across everyone. It's this part down here that's incorrect. Or rather, not necessary. Take current actor, convert it over, grab its equipment. Loop through the equipment, and if at any point it is not there, there we go. And that should fix it. Because again, it's only one versus one, not a whole bunch of them. It's not sorting, right? And that's correct. Another guy here. that's good. Now if I can make it not the whole thing, that's even better. And just draw as border? Should like just green. Don't know if that's gonna work. Let's give that a shot. See what that does. I think I'd like it better as one. Or just one. So that's 50 minus 46. Aren't you? Yeah, you're armor band 1. That's kind of weird. Maybe you 40 by 40. Are you gonna come right in? Look over top. Let's try 2. Alright, so you are not adding a border around everything, even though you two are identical. So what's going on with that? That's going to be on you. Are you template? Yes. And it's going to happen for every single unit, right? Yeah. So, okay, multi-selected, current actor. Whatever the first one you're selecting is going to be the base. And we move forward from there. Get your equipment. And you loop through your new unit's equipment to see if it's equivalent. Buy something for him. I'll select both. You wonder why. True. True. What is this? This item reference here, and this equipment on our current actor. C2, C2. Because I did it wrong. Because I'm checking the objects and I need to check the classes. I did it everywhere else. Check to see if you are equal to you, and if you are, then you'll work. Otherwise, you're not going to work. As long as those guys are equivalent, they'll be here. And that should fix it. Because, of course, the objects weren't the same. They are different instances, so they're not the same object. Do I still have that on? I do. Let's get rid of you. Confident in your working ability now. Uh, 125, right? Yeah. That's a thing. Because that was never clear before we changed. So you, and you're off. So yeah, that's gonna definitely need to be increased. You and give you an armor band, then you should be fine. Everybody gets a selection. All right. Now, what can I do to make that stand out a bit more? Oh, you don't have a padding. Just barely around the edge. Let me see there. Almost, so very close. You'll be able to tab select between them, but I'm liking the selection indicator at that point. You have an idea of who you're working with. Right, right. All right. So now we got this working pretty good. Save it, and we're gonna call it there for the stream. It's about 5 o'clock. That's when we end our stream. Like to thank everybody for coming and joining us today. I had quite a few new people inside of here, and a couple old people in here as well. Good to see returning faces. If you want to find out more about the game we're making, it's called Shadow Heroes of Vengeance in Flames. We are currently in early access. You can find a link to the Steam page just below the video where it says play today. If you want to leave us any messages, find out more about the game as well, like directly from us, or just give us some suggestions, you can contact us on Facebook or on Twitter at Allied Games. You can also find us on Instagram and a Reddit at r/Shadow Heroes. You can find links to most of these things right below the video as well. If you want to come and leave a comment for us on our Steam discussion board, you can do that as well. We're always open to suggestions. A lot of the idea behind Steam Greenlight and our early access is that the community helps develop the game to make it even better. So by providing input for us, then we can help making the game even better for everybody to come and play. So yeah, we do regular streaming every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 12 o'clock Eastern until 5 o'clock Eastern. So if you want to come and join us next time, that's great. But that's going to be it for today. So once again, thanks for coming and joining us, and I'll see you guys all next time.